Sorry about that again. So I'm not sure um where I left off. But hopefully um did you guys all right, so the fibs again. Let me clear this chart out. Uh remove drawings. So the fibs, this is a 5 day 1 hour chart. You don't need, I mean, you go 10 days or farther, but this is kind of last week's pricing to this week's pricing. So you basically go from the high and the low. Let's say you're retracing it to this this candle here. So you just go from there to there. So you got your low and then you got your high up here. And anything that pretended none of this is here. So let me see if I can find it. All right. So try to move it from, let's pretend, yeah, I can't go any farther. Okay, well, let's pretend that that's that's what you see um on your current chart. Let's pretend that this is today, and you did a 5 day 1 hour, and this is your retracements from the high to the low. So you don't see nothing on the right side as a price action. When you look at to see where the price is going, um, anything below here is gonna be either a sell. Like anything below here, it would be considered basically a sell option because the price is not holding above the zero line. The people here try to basically short. As you see this long wick here, sellers got in, and then some of them got stopped out because I'm pretty sure some of them had orders down here at the bottom. But then they put a short stop, and then they got the price went up, and then this you got this huge green candle here. That's what happens on a reversal. So you get your Fibonacci's, and then this is what you look at in a few days. So your retracements, you just follow your retracements. Let's say you got long here, but then you want to hit this retracement here, 14.6, and it hit it, and if it stays above that, but then it's still a long, and then you go up to your next one, and then the next one, and so forth until it gets rejected, and then you change your short to long or however. So this is kind of the price action lasts basically few days. This is how it's actually been trading. So then this is, I usually trade on the fibs. And I mentioned a lot of the fibs and stuff on the group. This is what I mean when I mention the fibs in the group. Um, I do it on a longer time frame because it's a 5 day. I mean, you could go, let's say, 10 days. Let's go 15 days. So this is kind of your 15 days here. So what would you do? You would do the same. If you're trying to find the price action in the future, you would do the same thing. You take your fibs. Uh, Basically, you start at, if you want to go long, you start from the top to the bottom. So this is your longer. This is basically another fib, and then once you, of course, it gets kind of. This is longer days. It's a 15-day fib, and then you got your 5-day, and you see the 7816 matches the 100 on the 5-day. So that's also a key price for the NQ or the ES, whichever you guys trade. You could do the same scenario. Now I normally don't keep like the fibs like this. I usually take like my price and just kind of go like over it, and then I kind of mark the levels where they kind of match, and go down the list on the fibs, and then mark I always have the 32%, 38%, and then I just like click on these fibs and I like remove them, and that's, you see how clean that is now. I hope you guys can see that. um After I done retrace the fibs, went over the fibs, um this is basically kind of your price points that you will look at um going into the coming session. Then you you would take this high here too, and then go back to the low, and you just repeat it every set, repeating thing every week. It's not something that you just leave it like that and let it sit there for the coming week. Is you have to like get in a repetitive mode that you do every week. This will give you kind of consistency on where the prices are gonna react. Um, I started also using the VWAP as an indicator, but for me, somebody suggested it in the group. I have a daily, and you can change the colors again on these, and to make it kind of separate from the other our other lines, I kind of make these a little bigger. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I don't like the upper bands. The BWAC also gives you upper bands and lower bands. It's really up to you guys. It's like some people use the Bollinger Bands. It's the same thing. I've looked at the Bollinger Bands and used the VWAP at upper and lower band, and they kind of match to each other. So this is kind of your VWAP. Some people at the group use the VWAP as if it's above it's long, if it's below it's a short. Personally, um, it's just another indicator that kind of, it could guide you. But if you look at the fibs from previous, it basically tells you where the price is gonna go. I mean, I gotta let my dog out. So, um, as you see, the fibs tell you it's just that simple. I mean, all these other indicators are okay and fine and dandy, but they're just guides. Um, once you learn the fibs, all these other indicators are just guides. It could give you perspective of where things are gonna go. I mean, the more indicators you have on your charts, the more clutter you're gonna have, and it's gonna make it hard for you guys to see the charts. And if you don't have like multiple monitors and you're just using your laptop or your desktop, it's just too much clutter, and you need to be able to see. If you cannot see your charting, it's just gonna help. You're just gonna it's gonna be hard for you to find the trend. Uh, was Alifia Fia, I think I'm pronouncing your name right. How do I decide to for my swing trade on options? That is a good question. I've I've done options with several stocks. And I've mastered only a few, and I just stick to those. Um, I will show you what I mean real quick. Let's go to. Alright, so this is Amazon chart. Um, I've been preaching Amazon for I don't know months now. I- If let's say for example, that's the one I trade, and all these circles. This is Christmas Eve. Okay, when you find a stock with a pattern, you 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 learn that it's just like futures. Futures have the same thing. Futures are the same. They have patterns. Um, this is here Christmas Eve. Guess what happened? Look what Amazon did. It went back up. Yes, it dropped. Okay, every stock and future is gonna have correlation. They're gonna have sell-offs, and they're gonna have um they're gonna reevaluate themselves. This is another Christmas Eve, okay? And look at what happened, and went back up. You know what I'm saying? Um, so on long term, that is what I look for on options. I used to like do weekly, and I did fine, but it was like more like gambling. You were like gambling on the weeklies because you're betting on something that's gonna go up on an uptrend, but you're just kind of guessing. Um, if you do long term and you find a pattern, if let's say for example, I want this is Christmas Eve here, so this is the basically the bounce on this year here. This is 2 years ago, 2018, yeah. So this is kind of the bounce here, and you see it came back to those levels on Christmas Eve. So my stipulation, I looked at the previous year and it went up after on that year, and look at what it did. And so my thing on for Amazon is gonna come back here at 25, 23, 24 at Christmas and Christmas this year. Either between 25, 20. 3, I see Amazon coming back Christmas Eve or before. It's gonna have something like this here. Um, and here, kind of stay flat this year, but then Christmas Eve went up and then it sold off again to this point over here. So you just kind of have to find a pattern that kind of works. Finding the patterns that work. I try also Apple. This is stocks that I personally try. You see, I have my fips on Apple already. I had my uptrend from last year, and this is one I missed. I missed on this trade. Um, I I knew what it was gonna do, and I didn't get on the train. And look at what Apple's at 364. The 716 was a key here at the 300 level, and then it went up. I still think that Apple is gonna be a $400 stock by next year. Um, I'm just waiting for at least to come back, to the 340s. I guess will be my next entry. The early other entry would have been like in the 330, 320s. Take a long call on options, and you would have rode this train. If you would have bought a call, let's say early this month, uh, this is June 1st. This is only 30 days. If you would have got a call for like 60 days out or something for the 400 strike price, I mean those options are well over more than what it's worth now. But that's kind of what I look for on the long term, um, when I do trade options. I hope that kind of helps you if you are looking to get into like long term options. Short term weeklies, I don't do those no more. I might trade like a YOLO play like I did a few weeks ago, and I got so upset because I picked up the wrong. I picked the AM contract instead of the weekly, and I was so upset not because I lost the $15. It was because it was a rookie mistake. I should have looked at the contract date expiration before I sent the order out. But those plays would have, I mean, that would have been paid out. And then I was so upset that I had a SPY put. I bought an SPS call, and then I bought a SPY put, betting that the SPY was gonna drop that afternoon, and both plays would have played out nicely. But I was so upset on the SPX. When I woke up, the SPX, I thought I was gonna close it for a profit, and guess what? It was an AM contract that expired in the morning before even market open, and you can't close those for whatever reason. You can't close them. Um, so that's another thing. Uh, you can make decent money on options. You just have to be very, 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 very careful on options. You could lose a lot of money too. Um, for back on back on the futures here. Not really sure what other questions that you guys have. I use what I'm showing. I've used several custom indicators. Um, Now the settings for these, um, I could share them later on the group of what the settings on some of these indicators are. Um, but other than that, I have started using MetaTrader, and a lot of people don't use MetaTrader for some reason. I can't unswitch this window, but MetaTrader has other like kind of useful indicators. So MetaTrader has a few other indicators that I'm just kind of playing around with indicators. Um, so that's kind of basically how my kind of my charts look throughout the day. Um, if you want to learn price action and how price move, level two and times and sales. So um the fibs, you know, um the fibs, yeah, everything on fibs, it's kind of one of those things that it's, you have to get used. Um, it's a little bit like I'm trying to go like a little bit of everything that I do on my trading. I try to cover as much as I can. The fibs took me a while to learn, but I find them very powerful on on trading because fibs are very key points on where the market's gonna go. And then on stocks it doesn't work as well, but on futures since they have kind of a trend, um, they work very good on futures. I tried them on stocks and it's a little bit harder on stocks than it is on futures. Level two, is another thing. I watched a ton of videos on level two and just watching it. If you sit there, if you sit and just watch this, like okay, market is open already. You see all this green over here, all this green on the right side at the 10253. See that? And it just somebody's a it's a bogus buyer, bogus seller over here on this side. So it just it just you just follow this. Like the higher the number is, of course, that's where the price is gonna go. Um, right now mine's showing green, and then some green and some red over here. And how I explain that is, you go, you want to join the ask or you want to sell at the bid. You could be an either or buy at ask or sell at the bid, either or. Um, and the ES, let's show the ES. So this is the ES, and look at the level two here. It has more volume. Of course, the ES is always gonna have more volume than anything. Um, but this is basically how is that gonna work? I mean, I could try to retrace. Let's go. Let's see if the fibs work this time. Let's go 5 days, 1 hour. That is to remove this drawing. So this is our high here, and this is our low at the bottom. So if we're bullish, we go this way. We go from top to bottom at the bottom here somewhere. It's not perfect. So this 100% here is what I call your resistance. Um, and this is where price is gonna move. And then you could go, a little bit farther out. You go 15 days. So this is 15 days over here, and you could retrace the fib down here all the way to the bottom. And you basically just take the ones that the important ones are the ones that are collapsing each other. Those are your key levels. Unless you have something like here, like this 100% here, there's nothing here other than, yes, there is right here on this corner here, there was a breakdown. This is where it broke down. So that 100% is still a key. So the way I would do it, I would take this one here. I take this one here because it matches over here with the 76. And then this one here. And then you just go down the list. Um, and then this 100 here, since it has some resistance over here on this side, and you can see that on the back, you could actually use that one too. And then you just take your fibs. Like all this other stuff is like cluttered. Like get rid of you get rid of all that. So see how nice that is now. This is all. This is a your price points 15 days ago compared to today. This is today's session here. From here to here is today's session. This is yesterday's session. This is the day before, and so forth and so forth and so forth. So this is 15 days ago, and then this is the future now. So what I see as doing, I'll make this. I mean, it has to break above here, the 31.21. It has to break above that to continue to go long. Um, this is your weekly VWAP. That's your daily VWAP. Um, so like I said, I just started using the VWAP. I really don't trade using the VWAP. Um, basically my exact price action, and this is how I was able to see a few days ago that the NQ was gonna hit higher than what the price was, is because of this. Just this is price action. On long term, the market's always gonna go higher, always. But yes, it would drop at some point. We were gonna have drops. It's just correction at the market. So this is your key points on the left, and then you start moving down your time frames. So this is your time frames now. This is a 15-minute chart. This is your fibs. This is essentially your fib prices here. But you eliminated all the other noise of what's in between. So now if if I'm looking for a trade, I would short, anywhere below here, 31.21. If it gets up there, and then put my stop, way up here, like on top of this line here, like 27, 25, to just give it like 5 point room, 4 point room around there. And then if I'm looking to go long, well, either I wait here at the 36.25 or wait for a confirmation here on this one, 30.92. Yeah, 30.92 here at 30.92. And then go long and go, trying to aim on this area here. Um, that's how I would trade this. Um, I know this is the VWAP. A lot of people trade it. If it's below it, it's a short. Yeah, it is. You go back here on the back side. It tested the daily VWAP and then it went short. And then this is your fib that was on the previous day or previous number that it gave you, and it bounced off of that. So if I would have shorted on the VWAP and I had my lines marked already, I will be looking getting out of there because it still could have continued down here to the other VWAP, um, but it turned back around. So that's something that you have to consider that. I'm still trying to learn the M and W pattern. I mean, I tried to watch a lot of videos on that, but uh, my computer just froze. Why is showing that? And it froze again. Know what happened. All right, so I'm sorry, just having issues here. Um, Place the trade. Hold on. I'll be right back. My battery on my mouse just went dead. Okay, I'm sorry. My mouse just died. That's what it was. Had to get new batteries. Though on level two, um, that's what you're talking about. Like right now, it's live. This is actually live market. This is market open. Uh, so for example, on this side, these yellow ones are sellers. This is sellers waiting to go through, and then buyers over here, sellers and buyers on both sides. So yes, that it's kind of matching. Like if you look at the time and sales, let's go look at the time and sales. This is what's currently happening right now um, in the market. So you see all these sellers here, which are yellow for me, of course. A lot of people get confused why I use yellow. If I change them to red, it makes it a little bit harder for me to see. So it's just a preference. Um, so as you see, if you compare the here, it's just gonna go sideways the rest of the night. Like this big number here down 51 at the 31,575. So this is something that you should consider looking. Um, there's 51 contracts being bought over the rest. Um, and then you have your see. I don't. The reason I don't like the active trader on Thinkorswim, this is because it doesn't give you the volume on the whole ladder. You see this, the dome. This is what they call the dome. This is the only downside on Thinkorswim. If they had the dome that that displayed their whole information, it would make it easier for people or for investors. So basically here there's 11 contracts being weighted, and this is 10 and 9 and change and so forth and so forth. So if there's more buyers on this side, it's gonna push the price back up. So it's gonna keep push the price up, price up, price up. And then of course if there's more power over here on the seller side, well then um you your price will continue to go down. This is only telling you how many buyers, how many sellers at this price point there are, and there's how many sellers this price point there is. And then you have your. This is the neat thing of the only other neat on the Thinkorswim. This is basically kind of a heat map. If you go up, you know how thin it gets. Yeah, this is just another volume profile. This is just another. This is where the most volume has been traded. Um, throughout this is throughout the day in today's sessions and stuff. It just gets built throughout the session, and it resets. I think at 2 in the morning, if I'm correctly. I've noticed that this volume profile resets at around 2 in the morning. That's why like at 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock or something around that in the morning, it either we jump up or jump down because people base their volume on the dome sometimes, and it's inaccurate. Um, so this is another neat feature on Thinkorswim. It tells you the number there. It just doesn't do it. Well, I guess it does. You go down at each individual price. It tells you how many contracts it got traded on that particular price. Um, and that's another thing that I'm trying to learn. Um, this year, how to read. Not this particular, because I know how to read this year. But there's a different like on different type of charting that's basically volume. Um, so that's kind of where I want to be at for my trading and stuff. But my currently trade, um, but that's basically how you see the active trader. This is your time and sales, and then you can the way I look at it, and this is the reason why I say it's gonna give you a headache because you you look at your time and sales and see them go through, and then you try to match it to a certain price point. And let's say there's 14 sellers here, 14 contracts, but there's not literally 14 contracts here. There's 14 contracts plus on the amount of contracts. It could be 400 contracts, but if there's 414 sellers, well, it's only gonna show a 14 seller. So there's 14 more sellers than it is buyers. So it's gonna show only the difference between the buyers and the sellers. That is the power of the level 2. Um, it calculates the difference between the buyers and the sellers, and then it zeroes out the the buyers and sellers between those. For example, you see they got 8. It just jumped to 8 here, and then you got 8 over here. You got 9. You got 8. It's just the difference between them. You got 2, 5, 9, and you could watch the level 2 and try to follow. I guess a 2-minute chart could be easy to follow and see how the price moves. It correlates between the level 2 and your candles. And you just watch that particular candle and see your your price, your prices. This is the bid price, and this is the ask price. This is the top numbers are always your current price. It was always gonna match this top price over here on top. always. As you go down the ladder on the bid side, the number gets lower. If you go down the ladder on the ask price, the number gets larger. So that's exactly what you want to look for. And then your timing sales will should tell you what it's going through. If you see more red or purple, whatever color you want to change your sellers to, well then you'll see that um, you see the price move. The only number that you have to focus on the time and sales is this number here. If the number keeps increasing on the time and sales, is the trend is gonna keep going up. If it keeps decreasing, um, it's gonna it's gonna keep declining. So this number is what matters the most. You see this number like for stocks, for example. When I traded stocks, I looked at the time and sales, and when a certain price point went through, I either enter my trade or close my trade. And it's the same thing with the futures. Let's say, for example, you were wanting to short here. You would, let's say, you're in this area here. Let me put a triangle here. Let's say you were in this area here, and you wanted to short. Okay, on stocks and futures work the same way. Okay, so I personally, you see this red candle here, then you wait for the next candle to close. Either it's gonna close below this, no, this here, and then you go short, but you want to go a few points below. On the futures is below a few points. On the stocks is a few pennies. It's a little bit different. But on the futures, let's say this candle is showing the lowest, and this candle is 3102.25. Okay. Well then you go back a few candles down here, and then you got a top and a bottom here. So then either you could take a short position on this price, or you could go here on this where it kind of broke even. So you actually would put a price line there. you you put a price sign there, and then you wait for it. Either you could wait for it, or you could place your order to short, and you got filled here, and then I mean you could put your stop somewhere up here, or up here before it broke down. I personally would put it way up here. It's a little bit more points than everybody, but I'm known that I don't put close stops to my to my trades. I usually give it plenty of room for it to work out. So then, if you basically got filled in this candle, if you gave it plenty of room, but then you would have got if you got filled here, and let's say from here to here, then it's a few points, on one contract. I think the lowest on this candle is 30.98 from 3 points, 4 points, or whatever. I mean, it's not a lot. Um, but that's how I personally learned. Um, Trading stocks is like I said, trading stocks are a little bit different, but I taken the same methods. that I've used trading stocks, trading futures. Now I've learned a lot on futures because in stocks they don't follow patterns as well as futures. Futures they follow patterns, they follow resistance, they respect Fibonacci levels. So it's a little bit easier on a future to just wait. You have to learn to wait, to wait, because it's just a wait time. Like today, the past few nights, it's just sucky. I mean, there's nothing here. I mean, like I wouldn't trade today. I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, you could get a few. I mean, a few points here, but it's not. What I say. It's, I mean, there's really choppiness. It's just choppiness. It's just you have to like wait on the futures. Now, if on the stock, like on, for example, on a stock, it's a little bit different. On a stock, let's see, this is a low is 31,250 and the high is 3104. That's a $2 move there. On a stock is a penny. It's basically a penny, a penny moves and stuff. So $2 on a stock, that's like huge. Um, so this is another thing that kind of developing, uh, focusing more on the Fibonacci's indicators help, but don't rely on just the indicators. Um, the indicator is an indicator would always print, always, and this is always, will always print after the candle moves. Yes, you can see sellers on time and sells. Um, like right now, you see if you got you see it's all green, and look at the two bars for the last 4 minutes. It's just green. It just skyrocketed. And then look at the volume down here at the bottom. Look at all this green, and you got some sellers coming in. But look at that 47 at the 31,575. Look at that 36. I mean, it's just something, and look, it just keeps going. It just keeps going up. I mean, it's right here on just the times and sales, and your level two. Everything is there. I'm not even looking at these indicators. I mean, and look at the MACD. The MACD obviously is on the wrong time frame. Okay, so this is kind of the MACD on the 2 minute frame. That's why I'm saying that I want you paying attention that you have to match your indicators with your time frame, or then you're gonna be all like um weirded out, or kind of like, why is the MACD going down and my times and everything's going up or whatever. Um, but the MACD, obviously it show a cross here, a crossover, and a lot of people use the crossover MACD. Okay, a lot of people use that. Also, I started using this price oscillator. Um, oh, how do I get rid of the top chart? You go to over here on this little wheel here on Thinkorswim, uh, on the little wheel thing here, and then you go on chart settings, and then you hit this price graph, and then is boom, voila, no more chart. So there's no chart there, and if you want to use it back up again, then you use the chart price subgraph right here, price subgraph right here on the layout. Also volume, I have it up there, but I don't hardly ever use it sometimes. I just have it as a guide also. They did that help you out? Hopefully that it helped you out on. So uh, basically that's what you look for. I mean, as you guys saw, this is just like live. I mean, look at all this green coming in. See, we could go back. Look at all that green. Look at all that green. Yellow. Look at all that green. Yeah, 10 contras went through there. Five. You know, look at all that. It's just you got red, a couple red and stuff. Look at all this green coming in. Just this is live. This is what you see. This is what you see before it starts moving. 20 contracts at the 3104. Somebody bought. Yeah, I mean, we go down all the way down to however long Thinkorswim lets you go down. I guess it's 37, 15 minutes, 10 minutes it lets you go down. And then you see now all sellers coming in now. See the sellers there coming in at that price. And look, it's moving. And then you look at your time and sales. Time and sales is sellers coming in. You look your level two. Look at the sellers here. Sellers there, seller there. A few buyers here. You got buyers down here, sellers. The sellers coming in, and you got buyers here. This is what I'm saying. There you go, seller. Boom, big huge red candle there. I mean, this is what I'm saying, that it would give you a headache. It would literally gives you a headache. The price oscillator down here at the bottom, right hand corner. And move this over on this side. All right, so this one here, it basically tells you kind of how money is being moved. Okay. Um, when it starts turning like yellowish, it's sellers are basically people are selling. Like here, it's basically people are selling there. Like if I go here, if you see my I guess cursor here, it matches down here at the bottom. If you see, I don't know if you can see the cursor on the indicator and on the price up there on top on the chart. So the way I use it, when it is like solid green, I would try to look for a short, because eventually this thing is gonna get ready to pop down. But I also look at the MACD. See now, look at the MACD. It's still showing uptrending. And then a lot of people have the LBR. I started using this few months ago. It's still showing an uptrend, but it's making a higher low, higher low, higher low. So it's showing a divergence, which I'm still learning that too. I don't use divergence, but I'm more of a more of a eye person, colors and seeing it on a chart, or seeing something that is forming on a chart gives me a better idea on where the market's gonna go. Like you could take here and you can see that it's high, and then you take the other one, it's right below the top one, and then you go down here at the bottom Well, guess what? This one's like way lower than the last two. So price is getting ready to crash or getting ready to, change direction. And then you look at your MACD and it's doing the same thing. It's kind of flat out there, and then it crosses over, and then it just like, boom. Like here, it's just a lot of pressure there on the center. But if you look, like here, for example, the MACD crossover right there. You don't chase it. A lot of people, it's like, well, why do you enter there? If you chase this red candle here, or even here, let's see where it crossed over. Yeah, this red candle here, or right here, right here, this red candle here. If you chase this, look at what it did. It came right back up. So either you want to enter below this red candle, and you would have just, you would have entered here and then exit down here, and you got a few points. But if you really want to time it and you want to have a very good entry, and you see a red or even green, okay, you wait for it to come back. You basically wait. This is a 2 minute. So they always 90% of the time they come back. As you see right there. I mean, this is not this is just by following price action, not even looking at these indicators on here. This is basically price action. You got a huge red candle here, and then yes, it could be considered a double bottom if you look at the previous candle, like here on the backside. Here on the backside, it could be a double bottom here, but this is not. This is but kind of a doji. Yes, it's considered a double bottom, but this is your this big candles here like this are stop losses. Are people that went long. They went long here, okay? They went long thinking that this was gonna keep going up, and they put their stop loss somewhere between, somewhere up here, or somewhere over here somewhere. So they went long here. I'm pretty sure they went long here on this green candle, and they put the stop loss over here because it kind of matches this candle here to that. But they didn't exit out. So then price came back and it chopped around for a few minutes. So the thing is, always take your money. Always take your money because the market doesn't care. I mean, if you have a big account or a decent account, yes, if you went long here, you could take the hit and take the stop loss or however you want to look at it, or just hold and hoping that this bottom support or this bottom here, this bottom here from here will act as support. So then your trade that you took up here somewhere would just turn back around. That is essentially um, a little risky because it essentially could break down below here and you end up losing, whatever you end up losing. But the huge candles, if you see these huge candles here, they always come back 90% of the time. Look at this one. This is a green candle here. Green candle, green candle here. Huge. Okay? If you wait for it, it came back right there at the open on this red candle here. And then you get your move here. So you basically place your order for this price here, and you wait for it to come back, and it came back right there. And then you got this move here, and then you could exit out over here, and that's your perfect trade. Yes, I'm not saying that every trade is gonna work out, but you always have to plan um before you enter. Like, I've lost, money. I'm not saying I'm perfect or whatever. I'm pretty sure everybody in the group has lost money. Um, but I have learned, and I have learned and learned and learned, and I learned this the hard way, that the huge, huge, huge green or red candles will always come back to their open price 90% of the time. If you study charts, if you look at the price action, if you this is another one right here. I mean, we could go, we're just going down the chart now. You know, this is another one here. Huge green candle there. Open price down here. Look at this red candle here. You know, bottom tail at the bottom, and it went back up. I mean, you could have set your stop down here. Like, if you enter this price, you could have set your stop down here, like a few candles behind it. So if you would have entered at the low, this candle here would have been 308.50, and the low of this candle over here, uh, 3106.50. So it would have been a 2-point stop loss on this trade if you waited for this huge candle to retrace back, and then you would have entered on on this candle here, because of course it opened here, because for a red candle it opens on top and it closes at the bottom. But at some point, you got this huge, you got this huge. Where's the candle? I lost the candle. Oh, right here. You got that huge. Was it that one? I don't think it was that one. I think it was. Well, it's. I think I lost the candle. I don't even know which candle we were talking about. Oh, this one here. So I'm just gonna mark it with a pinpoint here. That way I know. It's just kind of a that way I know what candle we were talking about. So this candle here. So the open price for this candle is down here at the bottom. The close price is on top. It's just basic candle formation. I would try. Um, sometimes sometimes I don't trade on the 2 minutes. I know a lot of you guys train on the 2 minutes. Um, but I would definitely try to kind of give you. But if you see, as we could go down the pattern here. Like, you see this red candle here, and then obviously this one did not come back, and it's not gonna work 100% of the time. Um, I mean, you could look at the chart like this one here. I mean, uh, it's a closing. Obviously, it did not come back to to the price, and this is the night session. This is what currently currently going on. All right, well, this is a prime example also, right here in this area, right there. Let me change the color on that so we could focus more on where I am talking about. Well, it's a little too bright. I guess that's the reason I had it on brown. Okay, so I hope you guys can see the square here. um, this is just what happened a few minutes ago. You got one green candle. You got one green candle, another falling green candle. You got a doji. This is a reversal candle. But you don't chase this. Again, do not chase that. Do not chase it. If you want to go long, you want to follow a long, you want to enter at the open of this candle here. And we got basically 8 minutes later, that price came back right here, right here. That price came back, and then look what it's doing. It's going back up, and then you could exit on top of this right here. You could exit right here. You could exit there if you want to. Just take your few points there. It's 3 points. So, um, this is what you look for. And look, you got another red candle. The price is getting rejected here. Obviously, this is live data, live feed. This is exactly what's going on, what's happening currently right now. So this is another reason why I do not like the ES. But some of you guys want to learn how to trade it. So this is exactly how I would trade the ES. Um, uh, this is exactly how I would. If you want to take a long, again, you wait for this to. You just have to wait. What you want to do. Um, I've learned and I watch a lot of videos. You look for what they call the dino bars. Uh, this is this is a dino bar right here. That's a dino bar. This is a dino bar here. Another dino bar here. No, that wasn't the fib levels that I retraced. Those prices I just put those there to kind of show in the video, um to show the video, just kind of give a perspective on why and how it did, on how can you enter in in a scenario like this? It takes a lot of practice. Like when I started trading, I saw this green candle. Yes, I would have entered. I would have entered here, and I probably would have entered on a market order, and I probably would have got filled somewhere up here on top. And then it did not go, and it didn't go any higher. Um, and then it retraced back. So if I entered here, let's say for example, if I entered market order here and this here on the 3104, for example, because as a newer trader, you think it's gonna go higher, but it's not. This is called a dino bar. This is what I call a dino bar. This is a full bar where the price moved drastically, and you can have three or four like this, and then it will retrace back eventually. Um, and you might say, oh, why did not enter? Why? Sometimes it's better to miss um than to be on a trade with an entry here and this price point, and then knowing it turned back against you, and then you're like, oh crap, I'm losing money. Or you put your stop loss, 2 points or 1 point or however, and then it it you get stopped out and you just lost, 50, 100, 150, depending on how far how far down it moved. Um, but that's just another thing. On the 5 minute, I could show you the 5 minute. This is basically how I personally trade on the 5 minute, because I don't like personally trading the ES. I have the ES on here, but this is the 5 minute here. This is a dino bar. This is what I call a dino bar here. If I wanted to go, if I wanted to go short, I would have basically would have had to wait for this thing here, and this trade would have not worked out. Okay, if I go with the scenario that I just gave you, waiting for dino bar to come back and then seeing it come back around. This dino bar did not work out because it retraced back. It opened down here at the bottom and it closed here. So if I would have put my order in this price level here at the 3102, I would have got filled, and then my stop probably would have been up here somewhere on this other one over here on this side. The 3104, 2 points there. And then you look at the what it did. I would have got stopped out on this candle here. You know, on the 5 minute. So that's a little bit different. Like every thing I'm going through is not perfect. Um, some of these things would stop you out, but that is just part of trading. Um, you have to wait to see, like, okay, it retraced back, and then you got this candle here, and then you got this candle here. So if you combine these two candles here, this becomes like a dino bar just between these two candles here. So if you look at the 10-minute chart, it will be like a dino bar, and then you will wait either for it to come back here, or there's another method of doing it. I try to use that method too. Let me see if I could find a candle. you wait for a 30% retracement on the candle, and then you place your stop loss um, a few candles back. Like like this one here, you if you wanted to go long, you wait here at the bottom, you enter long here, but then they chop down a little. But then you can see that this is where it topped out before, so that's another thing that you don't want to also consider. um, but I can't find a candle on here to kind of explain that. Um, it's just it's a different. It's a trial and error. Let me put it that way: trial and error on how you take your trading skills. Um, so that's basically what I have so far on how I trade and how I take my trades. Level 2 time and sales are always on one chart. Always. Because you have to know this. I'm not saying you have to know this, but if you want to um become like a consistent and profitable trader, this is what's gonna help you become a profitable trader. This is price action, and a lot of big investors use only price action. Um, Indicators are nice. I'm not against them. I use them, and I always say in the group, there are guides. There are not the golden thing. The there's somebody in the group that uses volume for their charting, and I'm starting to learn some of that. As I learn and get better at it, I'll share with you guys. Um, but the ES, a lot of people trade the ES because it moves slow, and if it moves 1 point, you only lose $50. Um, which I guess is fine because it's slow like a turtle. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, the NQ moves sort of fast. Like in the daytime, it kind of moves a little bit faster." The YM, a lot of people are totally against it. I don't think a lot of people trade the YM. I trade the YM. I like it. You could time it, and you can you time it and take 50 points, 30 points, and you're in and out. 150, $200 within like a few seconds. Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't. Some people, not saying that everybody, but some people, most people don't trade it because it moves so fast. Um, the volume, even nationally, the volume on the YM is strictly lower than than the ES. The ES is more tradable than any other future following the Nasdaq, and then the YM is the last one. The YM doesn't get a lot of volume throughout the day because it's so volatile. It moves so fast, and you can lose money very, very quick if you don't know how to trade it. Uh, I like the YM. I personally like the YM. The NQ, I love the NQ. The ES, is my third one. I trade it sometimes, but I don't overstay my welcome on the ES. I think the most I've gotten out of the ES was like 15 points. I mean, um, the the most I've got out of the YM is like 13, 1400. Right now, I got contracts on my AMP account. There are like 12, 1300, 1300 points on micros and stuff. If you times that times a regular YM contract, times $5 per point, that's roughly, was that $6,000, $7,000, on a swing on the YM. Um, but the YM I don't short. I don't short the YM. The YM I'm always looking for longs on the YM. I've gotten burned. Um, I've gotten burned shorting the YM. Um, and I just don't do it. I just find the shorts and hold them on my micro account, anyways. The Nasdaq, um, as we see right now on the 5 minute chart, you look at the bottom time on the bottom level two on the Nasdaq, and then the time in sales. There's not a lot of volume there. Normally, what I do, I look at the time in sales. At time in sales, the level two on the ES, if I'm gonna trade YM, the YM, the Nasdaq, level two on the ES, and see if there's buyers coming in. If there's buyers coming in on the ES, the Nasdaq is gonna move also. I also have the level two for the YM just to see how they correlate, and that's how I kind of managed to enter some of these trades before they even happen. Um, but those trades are like very very quick. Like at night, I'm gonna try to do more like day sessions because obviously the night it's not working out because look at this, it's just like flat. I mean, I might have to like get up like 5 o'clock in the morning and see what's going on. Stay till like 5 in the morning to like 10 or 11 maybe, and then call it. If I get a good trade, call it a day or whatever. Um, I don't overtrade. My average trades is like maybe three um per day. Um, I losing trade. If I lose 1,000, I'm out. I don't even deal with it anymore. Um, those are my rules, uh, and that's what I follow. I'm not saying that that's what you guys should follow either. Um, if that's how you guys want to do it, that's you guys' decisions. But I've learned that over trading, after you lose, you are going to lose more because you are not thinking correctly sometimes. I was down yesterday, I think like $800 or something like that. I forgot how much was it. And then I took a trade and I ended up with like what, $1,000 in profit or something like that. Um, but if I would have hit that 1,000 mark, no, I would have just like call it because I was shorting because I went short on the NQ. Um, I thought it was a go lower, but then again, and it kind of turned back around. But any other questions that you guys might want to ask? I don't know. the other ladies are still listening or watching. Um, but that's how basically how I start my day. I start my day with a Fibonacci again. No, you could do like I said, 15 days. Start out with 15 days and then work your way down the days. Um, I mean, y'all could ask questions. I try to I'm not doing any live trades um right now. I don't like the market right now. I mean, for me there's nothing there. The market is flat tonight. So, I mean, I think guessing this is gonna be for the next till probably next week or the following week. Yes, it is. It is a lot. It is a lot to take in. I paper traded for 1 year. Um, my own money so far for 1 year. I'm not saying that this is easy. It's gonna be the hardest thing you'll do. Um, because if you don't wake up or you miss the trade, and if you want to do this full time, you have to get up at whatever time. You know, I trade the night session because that's what's working for me. The day session, I trade it sometimes. I won't trade the day session with 4 or 5 contracts. No, it moves too fast during the day. Um, I mean, I could make the same during the day. You can make enough money with one contract if you find the right entry. That is the key. The key is finding the right entry on that one contract. The the night session, I'm able to trade 4 contracts because if it moves, 10 points on the in the in the night session, you trade 4 contracts. If you're looking for 10 points, you multiply that times 4, so then you got 40 points on that. So then, I mean, 200 times 4, I mean, that's $800. You know what I'm saying? On a 10-point scalp on 4 contracts. Um, it's a lot easier to get um manage. I must have used the right word. Manage your money on the night than it is during the day. The day moves so fast that even your stop's gonna get hit, even with going 10 points out, 11 points out, 15 points out on the NQ. Your stop will get you will get stopped out, and it's gonna give you a frustration. So I've seen it. It has happened to me, and it's getting stopped out on 4 contracts on 10 points. It gets frustrating. I know someone. in the group. They use very tight spots. Um, and getting stopped out every time, you're losing money. You're losing money, regardless if you hit a home run for the day. You could still lose more getting stopped out so many times trying to find the right entry, and then you hit the home run. Okay, well, you made your money back, and then it's a cycle. You do it again. It's not learning. It's you're 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 basically kind of throwing like a gamble, 50-50 chance. Um, I'm not saying, a lot of people say trading is gambling, but it's not if you know how to how to trade it. Um, I have huge stops like NQ. A lot of people's like, why 10 points? Why 15 points? Why do you put 27 point stop loss or whatever? It's what works for me. Obviously, that's it's a little bit different starting out. That's why I say micros is the best way to start out, because you could use a 15, 20 point stop loss on a micro. On a micro account, 20 points, it's what, $2 times 20 is what, $40, somewhere around there. Um, so $40, you're risking $40 or $50 on a micro and hoping that the Nasdaq moves 80 points or 100 points, what I'm saying? Which has been obviously possible the past few months, that the NQ will move 100 points up or down. um, the volume at night is so slow is because there's just no volume. There's People are not gonna trade it at the highs. Uh, a lot of people don't trade it because they're huge investors and not gonna trade it that way. The only people that will trade the night session is people that, like myself, that are in the market trying to make easy money. Like, if, for example, if I buy 4 contracts at night, the market's gonna move. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I want a 10 points on my on the NQ, and I look at the level two and see where everybody's sitting, I'm gonna put my order with them. So those, instead of 5 or 6 contracts that are being plus on the buyer side or on the seller side, I'm gonna sit where everybody's at, because once my order is in that price point, once the price moves, it would move, and I get my 10 points. And I know someone said, it's like, I don't know how you can make money on 10 points. You know what I'm saying? But I just said, why? 4 contracts at 10 points, that's $800. He did 3 trades like that, 2,400. My daily goal is two. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it, it's my way of trading at night. 3 trades, 30, 30 points times 4 contracts. It's done. I'm done for the night. Where do I see the price points? Like, on the NQ. Okay, for example, the NQ right here on the right side. This is where I look at. I look at. Oh, is it? Let me see if I could extend. I don't know if there's anything. No, there's nothing under the bottom. So right here at the bottom, like, look at this. Look at this guy here. It got 7 at the 274. So at the 274, price is at 271. So once price gets up to 274, buyers are looking at buying this stuff back up. See this? They're looking at buying this stuff. If I see sellers, like I see more sellers and stuff, well then I look at where the seller is. Like this is 17 here at the 67. So NQ is not gonna have a hard time getting below that, the 57. Um, and the sellers, look at the sellers here. I mean, I just kind of like base it. But yeah, uh, yeah, I'm kind of chill for the past 2 days. I think I didn't take, I didn't trade anything today. Last night eh, I didn't trade anything at night. It's just, I mean, it's one of those things that's what I'm looking for. That's kind of my goal. One or two trades. That's it per week, and that's personally my goal. Um, it's not something that if you guys want to set the same goals, obviously you can. Um, of course, somebody in the training group, she trades more, and obviously she makes more. She makes that in just one day, and she does that the next day, and she does that the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Um, but that is that individual trader's way of trading. For me, the day session, um, found it that one contract would get you what you need. Two contracts, maybe the most. Um, one contract, letting the next one run, and then put a stop loss at break even or something like that. Um, Micros, like I said, if you're just gonna start out, micros is the best way to kind of learn, to get you in the get you in the door. Yes, that is, it makes it easier. Um, Once you start getting funds and stuff, it makes it easier to have larger stop losses. Um, for me personally, anyways, I'm not suggesting anyone to have huge stop losses. Not suggesting that either. Um, you should always have a plan, always have a risk, and then you should always have your reward. Um, if you're winning more than you're losing, you are doing something correct. You're doing something right. But if you're losing more than you're winning, you have to step back a little and see where you are uh, losing, or what you need to change to make your trading better. Um, just looking at the hourly chart right now, uh, it looks like sellers are gonna try to take over in the 9 p.m. What we call it, bump or dump, you know. Um, but that's basically how I look. I trade. Obviously, green color on the bid or ask are buyers on my settings. Now, different platforms show different. Okay. Ninja Trader, I think they have it different colors and stuff. Um, different platforms have different way that they still display the same information on level two. Like if you pull NinjaTrader and you hit level 2, I don't have live data or it's not hooked up to anything, so I can show you guys how level 2 shows on NinjaTrader. um, but NinjaTrader or other platforms show it's the same. It's the same window. You're gonna have the same window. The window doesn't change. But this is what helps me see where buyers and sellers are standing out. Um, when even let's go back to the S because if if we look at the ES, if we look at the ES, it has a little more volume. I'm gonna clear all these drawings because that makes it easier to see. You see the red candles here and then green. Of course, this is the 1 hour time frame. If we go down to the 2 minute time frame, you could obviously see the sellers are winning, and you can see it on level 2 here. You got seller here, huge seller there, sellers there. You got a buyers here over sellers here. So basically, it tells you this choppiness. There's not really no. And if you have NinjaTrader, um, the settings are different. And no, I don't. A lot of people like NinjaTrader. I personally tried their platform. It's a little more complicated. I mean, obviously, I could probably learn it. I mean, I had to learn TOS, but for me, TOS is my platform of choice for charting or even trading. Um, but they do require you to have the full margin for futures or even to buy stocks. You still have to pay the full price for the stocks. Um, I'm able to trade options on here. I don't know if NinjaTrader trades options or not. I'm not really sure. I know they could do stocks, but I'm not sure if they could do options. I'm not very sure if they can or not. Can say for sure. Um, but I could do a little bit more with TOS platform than I can with a different platform. I did trade with Tastyworks. Um, I do have their platform and I do have some money with them also. Um, but once I got enough money to run my future account here at TOS, is that it's just how I've done it. My AMP account, I've used that to fund my TOS also because I wasn't at one point I did not have you know 17, 18, 13,000 or whatever to buy one contract. Um, so AMP or NinjaTrader is it could get you in the door to buying futures at a minimum cost. It's just you can't swing them. That's just the thing. Unless you have the full margin, you have to have the full margin to swing a contract. Um, so for example, if you want to like some of the people at the group short the tops um, at closing and then at 4 o'clock and then they open at 6 and they gap down and then they close their trade and they make their money there just in 2 hours. I've done it before, um, but you have to have the full margin, and that's what TOS allows you to have. They require you to have the full margin, which for me personally, um, it's good because it keeps you liable on your trading, and also you're able to take the heat. Yes, everything you have to pay. You have to pay a the platform is free on AMP, but you still have to pay exchange fees um and of course commission fees, which is like 62 cents round trip or something like that. After I looked at my statements and stuff, um, like 62 cents on micros, and then on regular futures it's like $1 and some change one way. So it's like $2, something like $2 and some change round trip on AMP. That's with all the exchange fees and stuff. Same thing with Ninja. I think it's like $1.75 one way or something like that. And then you times that times two, is end up paying like $3 and some change, $4. So all the brokers are kind of like in par. Now TOS, yes, it was a little more expensive until I got commission dropped or whatever. Um, but you take those commissions and use them as your tuition, I guess you call it. So I don't know any. I don't know if anybody else has any more questions. No, Ninja Trade. The platform is free. We get the lifetime, if I'm not mistaken. And they shouldn't charge you for a platform if you paid for the lifetime. Because I don't pay for it. I have the lifetime, but I don't have it hooked up to any broker, so I can't see any like live data or anything like that. No, I don't. As long as I've had my amp, I've never had a platform fee. Um, I've looked at my statements and stuff. I mean, it's been months that I don't trade on the amp account. I haven't been charged for it. So I mean, I don't see, I don't think they have one because I don't, I, I think the first time I haven't used the amp account until recently, and I never got a platform fee on the MetaTrader 5 that I use with them. But I don't know. I don't know if you guys have any more questions um regarding on. I mean, what other chart settings? I mean, this is kind of the basic what I've used. Um, Not really sure. I know a lot of take the clutter where I did have made my custom indicators and try those and just sticking to right now to these three here on the right. Um, they match sometimes with the times and stuff. Well, I was gonna get a account with Philips, and then uh, it took a little bit longer than I expected. So I applied at the same time with AMP and then Philips to get my futures account set up. So then AMP approved my account within like 48 hours. And then Philips, I didn't hear from them till like a week. So at that time, um, I was trying Ninja Trader, um, Ninja, yeah, Ninja Trader, and I was like, well, if I get approved for the account, I was like, well, might as well, pay for it. So I ended up getting the lifetime instead of going with a monthly basis. Um, but I could use it with other brokers and stuff. If I do decide to switch, I think TOS is you could set it up with TOS, the Ninja Trader, but I don't see why would you do that. I mean, TOS has their own platforms. I don't know why would somebody use their TOS account with a Ninja Trader account, platform and stuff. Um, I think TOS is still far more superior than any other platform out there. It's it's free. All you have to do is sign up their exchange documents or whatever, and you get live data feed. Free. You could have basically, let's say, this level 2 and this indicators, and then just have your execution window here for Ninja Trader. So no, Ninja app. No, I don't have to pay anything with that. Um, I shared with somebody one of my statements a few months ago or something like that. But the only thing I pay is exchange fees and regulatory fees and the commission commission fees and stuff. That's all I pay with them. I don't pay for a platform fee. No, their MT platform is free. Like if you go look at their platforms on their website, and no, I'm not endorsing AMP. AMP. So this is basically AMP platform's website. um they have their features platforms up here, and they're all free. You just pay their exchange fees, and then you go down the list. This one's here you do have to pay. Uh, they have other ones on here that are free. You just have to pick the right um, platform like this here, this over here, you might have to pay. Um, but all the platforms are the same. Um, not the same. Sorry, not the word I'm looking for. They're money wise to save money. AMP is a better way to the route that I would go if you would consider to kind of save on the long run. Margin. Oh, margin is the same as now. AMP is a little bit more stricter sometimes. They still send you an email. They send you emails when they're gonna let me put it up here again. They're gonna they send you emails on what their margin requirements, and this is the margin requirements on AMP. Your micros are 40, 50, 50, and 25, and overnight is 1200, 15, 10, 1070, 640, and then you got your regular, you got your ES, which is 400, 12,000 is a night required. Your NQ, you got 15, 500 to trade it for intraday. Now you could trade it from 6 p.m. to 4:30 or whatever time they close the futures. Um, so it's the same requirement. This is all the stuff you could trade on an AMP account. Um, Crude oil, metals, financials, grains, soft, and then you got your meats. I mean, this is everything you could trade. If you go to their, ampfutures.com trading info margin. Um, Sometimes they do require like this right here will change according to volatility, depending. They'll basically go back to the maintenance required. So basically, if there's a lot of volatility, they will require you to have $1,200 to trade a micro, or 15 for the e-mini. Um, thank you. So, and then the Dow, of course, is they go the same. They'll increase it to 10,000 or so for the regular mini on the Dow. But it's a Ninja Charter is basically the same. Um, same basically same margin. Yeah. I Phillips took a little bit longer. That's the reason why I am with them. Um, but I guess things does happen for a reason. So I don't see it. The platform that I have with Ninja Trader is just an investment, just in case I do decide to fund something and make educational videos, or just something. I know, who would throw that kind of money just on a platform. But since it's not on it with a broker, um, I it's not doesn't have live feed. Now of there's other brokers that allow you to use Ninja. Like I think TraderView. If I switch my TraderView platform over to Ninja, I could use my TraderView account with Ninja. Um, but there's just more accounts that I had to keep up with. More platforms I had to keep up with and stuff. So But not sure what else I could explain on my trading methods. Um, I a while back I was using the 25, 50, 75, and 100 EMAs, and once they got like this close, the reversal would be coming, and that strategy worked, but you had to wait for a while for those EMAs to come close. Yeah, yeah. TOS is basically my go-to platform. Um, I started my journey with Trader, you know, uh, an offshore broker. Um, was able to move that money into a TOS account, um, and then an AMP account. My AMP account grew, and then I was able to. I was doing options on my TOS. Not sure what you're talking about on the ED right. I'm talking about talking about this indicator here on the price oscillator. On the price oscillator, the buyers are coming in. On the MACD itself is below zero, so basically sellers are been in control. And then you got the LBR that sellers are, taking control of the market. Um, oh yeah, I saw ED. I guess I see what you mean. ES. On the ES, if I look at the 2 minute, it could be it could be a short. Uh, you know, someone else, says, below VWAP is short, but if we look at the other isolator, like this one here, money's coming in, buyers are coming in. Green means money, money, money being exchanged. If you see here, right here, in this area here in this isolator, it matches right here. Let me highlight it with that QB thingy. It matches right here. See this right here? This square box. It was the isolator was down here at the bottom, as you see, right here at the bottom. So it started right here at the bottom. So the isolator is right there. We see my cursor, and then it gradually, slowly coming up at the zero line. So the zero line will be right here. The zero line, and then buyers. This is buying. This is people buying here, and then boom, right there, right here at that peak. And then if you keep going, the isolator comes back down. You could also use it like as an amp pattern. See, you got an up here. I don't know if I could make a drawing on this oscillator. Oh, you can. You go here, and then you go here, here, and then here. And you, you got your amp pattern. Uh, uh, there you go. You got M right here, and then you could go back up. I mean, I I guess you could use it that way. You know, you got an M pattern, and it follows the market. You know, this is the things that kind of notice. Um, because I shared in earlier that I'm having trouble with the M patterns, but I could find them in the indicator. You know, I can't see them in the chart for whatever reason. I just can't see an M pattern there in the 2 minute. But I could see them here on the indicator. Um, but in the indicator, I could find it. Um, I mean, you could over here too. You got here, top, bottom, top, bottom. Yeah, that's just something. Like I said, uh, it takes a lot of work. It takes dedication. It's not stuff is not gonna stuff's not gonna come by like that. You have to like put the effort on learning. Like I said, indicators are just there to help you. But like you saw me, I just drew an M there, and you obviously I can't even see the M over here. To be honest with you. So uh, yeah, 6x could help, but 6x could help. I did have 6x. Oh, I forgot to even put the supports and resistance. I do have an auto. I have to stretch it. That's another one I have used. Um, I think I shared this one with you guys. I think in the past and stuff too. So this is another one useful, just supporting. Yeah, people getting stopped out going short, and then they just got stopped out here. People trying to short over here. So people getting stopped out. Now people trying to go long on top of the VWAP and now getting stopped out and then it's dropping. It, it's just so. I mean, sellers are coming in. I mean, the level two could show you um, what's going on, but that's another one I use. I use the auto support and resistance there, and um, but I don't base my trading on a lot of indicators anymore. Mostly time and sales and level two. Time and sales level two. Indicators have them there to kind of guide me because some indicators are volume, like this price oscillator is based on volume and price. That's why it's a price oscillator. Um, So this whoever came out with this indicator, and it's on TOS. It's free. It's there. It's on their list. Um, it takes basically all the data that's in here at the bottom and puts it on a nice line chart. Um, Makes it useful. The MACD, I use the crossover for the MACD. Normally I use the 15-minute on there, but on the 2-minute you can't see it if you change it here to 15 because your chart and your indicators must match. That is one thing that you have to make sure you use. As you see, the overall trend for for this market is bearish. I mean, the here on the MACD is making higher lows here, and then the price oscillator is trying to cross over the zero line. So buyers are trying to make this stuff go higher. I don't know if I think I shared the indicator. If not, I'll go ahead and post it before I don't know, post it on the group. Let's go to I could remember where it is, but yeah, that's another indicator that I've used. I will have to find it where it saves it, because right now I can't even figure it out. I normally can, but I don't know if anybody else has any more questions before I get off of here. So that's the auto support and resistance that I use. I mean, I have others. I think what else? I don't know. I don't see any other questions. I'm not sure if y'all gonna have any more questions. Maybe, like I said, it's a little too much to take in. I'm pretty sure it is. Um, I think this is the longest video I've actually recorded on YouTube and stuff. But yes, the market is choppy on the 15-minute chart. Look at the 15-minute chart. It's just choppiness. Oh, you're welcome. I try to make videos on the Fibonacci's and more extensive um, videos on that when I do have time. But looking at the ES and the 15-minute chart, there's no way you could trade that. There's nothing there. I mean, other than you know hitting here at the bottom, the 301, and then going for 4 points at the 304, 305. So that's what three, 2, 3 points. For a night, do that. You know, 10 times a night. That's just a lot of headache. I think personally, anyways. Oh, I didn't even notice it was that long. Sorry, didn't mean to keep you guys that long. I know my wife is probably waiting for me to go eat dinner and stuff. But yeah, 15 minute. Even even on the in the NQ, look at the NQ. I mean, there's like nothing there. So, but I'm sorry, Discord was like a headache, and then my internet is just like a headache, and I was getting frustrated there for a minute. So, but thank you, ladies, for hanging out. But if you guys don't have any more questions for me, um, I will leave it posted on my channel just for a little while, cause I don't. I think this is more of a yeah, sort of, kind of. I guess you could say that. I think I started before dealing with 4 o'clock or something, 4:30 or something like that, and I had some technical difficulties throughout the time, and then computers froze, internet went out. You know, Discord. I'm not very familiar with the platform yet. I figured it would have been easier instead of having for me to set it up live on YouTube and having it live for my 25 subscribers that I have. But yeah, no. Like I said, I'll make a few videos on the fibs. Indicators, again, they're just there as guides. They are not meant to use them to take trades. Overall, the trend is making, you know, you see this W here, W, and then I think he's gonna make an M here. And you could take this huge M here. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna go back out. It's turning yellowish. It's not turning red. So I don't, not really sure how do I add people on the video. I'm not really sure. I'm trying to keep names away from the videos and stuff. I'm trying to keep everybody confidential. That's when I say someone in the group uses the M and W pattern. I'm trying to keep everybody's name away. I think I could keep it um on my list. I think I could just have it like have a sort of like a link to it, but it still be on my list of videos and stuff. I think. If not, I'll leave it up there for a few weeks. And like my other videos are, I don't know if you gone through my other videos that I have. They're basically kind of what's kind of a journey to show other people that you could take a $1,000 account, turn it to 3,000 on just trading options and stuff. Um, then I kind of slacked off on that, started focusing more on futures and doing my other little things. Got busy and I just wasn't able to keep making any videos like that anymore. Um, and then I thought Discord would have been a little bit easier, but obviously I guess Discord um, is not very, I guess, user friendly when it comes to videos. I guess I don't know. I'm not really not familiar. I figured it would have been right. I did have Zoom downloaded on the computer, but I'm still not familiar with that either. The other option I had was YouTube because I've done videos on YouTube and uploaded them, and I've gone live a few times, not many times. But I'm heading out of here. Hopefully, you guys could watch rewatch this video. Um, if you guys have any questions, send the questions on the group. I would gladly try to type and answer. Sometimes it's hard for me to explain through typing. I'm more of a I show you a person, like I'll show you what I'm trying to say. Um, and that way, I think people would understand a little bit more what I say sometimes. Um, I know I'm focused a lot on the level two and time and sales. I don't know if anybody else in the group does it. I'm pretty sure some of the people do. So, but mostly they're like, which indicator is a golden indicator? There's not a golden indicator. Uh, there's not one out there. Uh, if it was, everybody would be making millions at this point. If there was one. Uh, but alright, I am getting off of here. I hope everybody enjoy the um, troubleshooting indicator, troubleshooting video that I had for the beginning of the evening. I hope some of this stuff is very educational for you guys. Um, so you don't need a lot of stuff on your Windows. You don't need all that fancy stuff. Um, I think most people the trouble they have is they have all their indicators lined up in the bottom. Like these all these here would have been down here. And I think that's a problem with a lot of traders. A lot of traders they have all their indicators in the bottom, and it's too cluttered. And then they have so many lines up here. Like they have the Bollinger Bands, and they have I don't know what else they could have up here. It's just you only need like I started using the VWAP because somebody suggested it in the group. I didn't use the VWAP. I just started using this like a few weeks. Somebody made fun of me because I've been trading for a year, paper trading for a year and a half. I've never had the the VWAP on a weekly. I always had it on a day. I didn't know you could change it to a year. Be honest, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know that, you know, and it's something I learned a few weeks ago. I've learned a lot from the TOS platform. Myself, like all these indicators here are basic settings. Like my indicators are still MACD and still the LBR, but they're have a little bit adjustments up here on the thing. The reason I started the way I started at the beginning of the video is because I wanted you guys to see the the transition. How do you build a one screen window that's useful and tradable and not have a lot of clutter in your screen? If you have one screen, this is all you need. This is all you need. If you have um, NinjaTrader, well then your NinjaTrader will go here. You know, you're on top of this screen here, and there'll be this will be your execution. This will be like this here, or I don't use this dome, but I actually use this here on top, and then you could use here. You could put sell on the chart itself. I use that. Like if I want to sell here, I just buy here and then just click sell here or buy. You got your sell button, sell here. Or if you want to buy a custom, you got your brackets and stuff here. Sell custom here. So my dome basically is the chart. A lot of people use the dome. Um, so this is basically what I kind of how I have it. I have this set up here, but I usually don't use market or buy market. I never use those unless I want to get out like very quick. Then I sell market and buy market. If I want to get out, like if I would have entered here and it got spiked up, and then I was like, oh, I want to exit out. Well, then I'll use market to get out because you get a faster fill. You might get a sucky fill, but you get out and get out for your profits. But if you use a limit order, well, then you in futures you have to understand they go by the line. Um, you're basically a number. If let's say for example you place an order and you put a limit order here and then it just flash through it, you might not even get filled for it, even though that's the limit order that you want. It just like flew through it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes if you get also stopped out, I've noticed that it'll skip your stop for whatever reason because it just flew through fast because it just flashed through it. Yes, I just click on the screen and buy. Like if I wanted to buy here, I click here and I do single, and then I have another window on my main screen. Then you get this here. Then you get this here, and then you click send. But that's your basically like a limit order. That is your limit order. It's like using the dome. Like like in order for me to have all this like this clutter here, this extra window here, you could go down this dome and I could pick where to buy. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having this extra window here, because the TOS dome doesn't give you enough data. So it's useless. See this? It's just the only useful thing is this thing over here on the left hand side. This is the only useful thing on the dome on TOS. Everything else is not like I wish like see I think Sierra charting or something they provide you with the whole dome numbers all the way to the bottom. Wherever volume was, I think they provide you with the numbers there. So so yes, if the way yes, I click here and I click buy or click sell, whichever I want, and then my order will be waiting here at this price to get filled. That is another thing that TOS allows you to do. I think Ninja allows you to trade on the chart. I'm not sure. AMP does. AMP gives you the ability to. The graph on the dome. It's the volume traded. It's basically the volume profile on the dome itself. Oh, okay. Let me show you one time on that. On the dome itself, I extend it because I don't normally use it. I need to extend it so you guys can see. And then I need to extend this. So the way it works, you see how, let's say this price here, okay, whatever price it is, I, I don't know what price it is at the moment because I closed most of it. This is where price is being traded at. This is where all the price is being traded at. So basically the way you use it, the shorter it gets out, like here, whatever price this is, they they got bought down here and then it got sold down here, or it got sold down here and then it got bought down here, and there's nothing in between. So that's how basically you use the volume profile. And then this here is where the most um, volume has been traded. This is where a lot of the traders have traded the volume. Now that's what I'm saying. This is like the only thing useful. Everything else on this side, on the right side, is like useless for this. But if you wanted to do something like that, like if you wanted to learn like volume profile, like I'm trying to learn that. Let me get rid of all this stuff on top. I would use the on TOS. It's called monkey bars. It gives you the same. Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. It gives you the same data on the monkey bars. This is the volume profile for today. This is the volume profile for today on today's session. This one here. This one says finish here. Um, this is the same thing as that dome. This is what I found out on TOS. I'm still learning from it. So the red is basically your control point. So this is where mostly um, the most volume got traded on. Then you got here the open down here. It shows you the open for that price, and then of course the close is up here. But that's just another way to learn, but this is like more complicated. This is like more advanced stuff with this type of charting. Yeah, you go to style. I'm sorry. Yeah, style, and then you hit chart down here at the bottom, and it says chart mode, and then you got standard, monkey bar, then you got monkey bar expanded, and then seasonal. I haven't tried this one yet, but this is the monkey bar, and this is your standard candles here. Also, when you go up here on this little wheelie thingy, chart settings, you go to appearance, and then you go to, where is it? Yeah, monkey bars right here, monkey bars, and then that is your monkey bar settings and stuff, and it tells you every color, like every color it is. Like you could change this to green, and you could change this to, let's say, red. So open and close, and then this is your volume, and this is how much percentage is that box and stuff, and then this is your control point. Um, this is where your most volumes being traded at, your control point and stuff. This is just basic settings. Don't change anything on there because I haven't actually learned a lot from it. But this is just like a basic profile. This is where volume has basic volume has traded. I think someone in the group uses volume profile. He mentions about um, there's an imbalance on in the market. I think that's what he uses on some of this stuff. It's imbalance that we need to be balanced, so we have to go drop either here or there. Um, I'm learning a little bit on this. Um, the more I research, um, the more profitable traders they use uh, price action. Everything is on price, time and sales, level two, volume. Um, every other indicator, yes, a point of control, yes, it's like a resistance point. Yes, it has to break above that to basically go higher or basically go lower. If it can't break it, it's gonna go lower. Like this is today, and this is where it opened. This little green dot here is where it opened, and this is where this little jiggly thing is where it closed. I'm guessing. Yeah, green over here. It's where it closed, and then this is then this will get developed throughout the night. The, the, the throughout the night. So this is the volume today, so far for the night. You see how there's nothing there? I mean, there's like literally nothing. I mean, you could trade a few scalps here and there, and then, a few scalps. This is the closing price. Here's the little red arrow from yesterday, previous day. Open here, the little um, green box, closing, and this is the point of control. So if somebody is looking to short, if they're probably could short here and then aim for this point of control and then get out. Or if somebody's looking to long, well then they're gonna long on this point of control and long from there. From other investors that I've watched, that's how they use it. Now, if it's below the point of control, they they would short it if it's below the point of control. is just yeah, yeah. You see, I just noticed that too. Thank you for noticing that. Yes, I did notice. I just noticed that. I didn't even notice that. And then we just drew those lines as on live. I had a clean chart and we started over to kind of give you guys an idea how I go by. But this is basically price action. That's what I'm trying, and I try to emphasize it in the group as much as I can. But some, they expect to have a magic indicator, and magic indicators are not. They're not. I mean, I wish there was one. I wish I could create one and say, hey, this is the one indicator that's gonna make you millions and stuff. But this is yeah, I just noticed that also. I've been playing with the monkey bars. I think one first week. I think somebody in the group mentioned it. I started looking into it um more in depth. Um, and I'm still fairly new. I'm still fairly new on this type of charting. You know, but you like I said, you noticed the lines and stuff. I like I said, I just noticed the lines after you pointed it out. Eventually, I probably would have noticed it um, if I paid attention to it a little bit more and stuff. Um, but as you see, it's all price. I mean, this price lines is all price. This is how the price moved. It broke this one, and it's a fun. It's like a funnel. See, it's a funnel. It started down here. The purple started first. It created a funnel and so it went up here at some point, and then it came back down at some point. This one, it started again, and then it goes back up and just creates a funnel. And then that one here, and it goes two, three, it creates a funnel and a funnel, and it just creates a funnel on the volume, and then the automatic point of control. Yes, it is. It is hard to. That's what I share most of the videos that I've watched. I posted links to the YouTube channels that I've learned. Um, I don't know if anybody even cares, but I just post them because you know it's just the way I've learned, and I'm trying to help others. Trying to, I guess, return the favor. Um, you know, somehow. But yeah, the monkey bars, and I'm still new, so that's why I didn't even mention the monkey bars until a few minutes ago. I'm still new to that kind of charting. But the monkey bars, you could only use them on a certain time frames. They don't allow you to use them on every time frame. It's like a daily chart or something, daily video. Um, but this is NQ. Hasn't moved at all. It's gonna trade between probably these two prices all night. Until it breaks either one of them. If you short it up here on top, at the top, you would have been, 20 points. Oh, 20 points on profit, I guess. And 20 points is good on the NQ. You got four contracts, 10 points, or if you're able to buy six, 5, 6 points on the NQ at night. It's decent money. I mean, you could make 10 points. You could have. you know, just took a market order here and exit over here and be like down for the night. Um, but this is all you need. I don't know how more. You could trade the box. Yes. Past 3 nights or past few nights, you could trade the box. You could trade up here, like short up here, and then have your stop on top of this, like on top of this resistance, and then wait for it to come back like down, like here, like this is the low. This is the low of the day, but you could actually like take 30% of this dino bar that I called, and you could take it over here. Like you could put your stop over here somewhere like that, because it kind of matches that bottom there, right here, or yeah, because it kind of topped out there. Yeah, so you kind of be like in this area here, be your, kind of your exit point. Well, it's not as it's. I'm saying it's easy for me. It's not. It's not as easy as. I mean, it took time. It's not like like I know this from like from yesterday. Um, Paper trade as much as you can. That's my advice. Paper trade, and then trade micros. You know, don't go jumping into minis and then blow up your account because of a mini would you took a wrong trade. Um, Minis, 10,000 minimum at least, just to give you some wiggle room. Micros, you can start at 1,000, 3,000 preferably on a micro account. Um, the micros you could make decent money even with two contracts with micros. That's on NQ. That's like $4 per point. You get what, 50 points at $2. $4. I'm sorry. That's what, $200. On the NQ. 50 points. You aim your trades for like 10 points, 15 points each on the move or whatever, and trade twice, three trades on the day session, and you're done. I mean, I've I've learned I've learned that if I take the 10 points, I could get my profits in and out within like 2.5 hours, maybe three. Now the way I'm trading now is a little bit like I swing hard, so I kind of wait for all this choppiness to go and blah blah. Like I think a long position for the NQ would be like in this area here, like in the 200s, the 200s and 240, somewhere around there. I mean, that's my theory on it. 7-1, yeah. So the way I would do this, if I wanted to trade along, I would put my fibs from the open to the low, and I would hit that. That's, yeah, 61. Yeah, and I'm not even looking at it. I'm just like kind of guessing. The 61, the 61.8. It matches this line here. Um, either it's gonna come back down to this area, or even to this 50 area. Um, and then either continue back up. So the 50 area is in the 200s, and I think I don't. I think I posted in the group. NQ long on the 200s, if I'm not mistaken. But that's how I would trade it, like today. Like if you're waiting for a long position and you're just like waiting for all this choppiness to go away, either the 618 on the Phipps or the 50% on the Phipps. If the 618 fails, well then it would be the 50% next, and then there would be your long position on the NQ. And then let's see a day session here. This is two. If you would have taken the high here and then the high low here, so that 50%, yeah, I can't see that number. Um, one oh one, yeah, 107, 100. Let me put a line there because I won't be able to see that. All right, delete this here. Remove. So that 107.50. Then, all right, let's put a line here on the 50, and then on the 61, and then tomorrow I'll wake up and see. Yeah, see, that's the line I just drew there, right there on the 50%. So right here. Now this is a different line I had already on there, but this is the 50% from the earlier fib. So yeah, it would have been long here. See, long, and there's your long there, right here. Um, the VWAP, it crossed over the VWAP. Um, yes. If you wanna find out the short-term direction on where to enter, you do the high of the session and then the low of the session. Um, that's how you would to predict the to kind of predict the future because you don't know how the future is gonna hold. But the 50% was this one here. I'm gonna delete this one because it's that way I'm not confusing y'all. Yeah, 50% was this one here. 123. Or was it 107? I think it was 107. I think I deleted the wrong one. But even okay, even if it was 107, it's still a confirmation there long. And look at what happened at the 107. It went up. And here the other one at the 121 looks like it. 121 and look what happened. 121 it went up. And then now these are my predictions for tomorrow. Okay, and this is on live video so you ladies can see. Um, this is the 50% retracement. This line here at the bottom, which is the 202 area, and then this is the 618, which is the 227, which is not a lot of wiggle room. It's just $20 on difference on those two. So I think that the NQ will reach at some point during the night or during the day. This is where your long potential is going to be. It might drop a little down here at the bottom, but then if, let's say for example, it drops down here and it's down here, okay, well then I would place my order here, because from if I place my order here to go long, but the market's like way down here at the bottom. Let's say the market is right here, okay, market is right there, and then if I place my order that go long here, well then my potential to be right is up here. I can't see the, hold on. It's 80 some points, 85 points, 85 points from there to the top. So that's just kind of is, a stipulation on the trade. So you trade one contract and you think that the market is going to be bullish, which I think it is, um, on the daily. I mean, look at the trend on here, where this is the 23 and this is the 55. Okay, 23 is a blue, 55 is like an orange reddish color or whatever. You can pick whatever colors you want. It touched the 23, it went back up. It retracted to the 23 and it went back up. I think we could go to this here, what is 152 area. We might dip down to the 152 area and then it goes back up. It's gonna go back up. I think that's the lowest I could see that it might, because this is the basically support now. The 152 support. You see, you got top here, you got a top here, and then it broke the top. So it broke out the support area. So it can come back a little, and they could find support here in this area, and then go back up, or it can get rejected and fall back down. But that is that that is how I see the market going. Of course, this is the VWAP is useless on a yearly chart. Um, the an EMA is better useful. 23. This is the 23 EMA. This is the 55. If you go back down, look at 23 again, down right here. 23. I guess that's 3 months, and then it broke to 23, and then went back up. But oh, you see the green line here down the bottom, so that was support from the previous month or whatever date is back here in the back. So this is basically your resistance now. This is your support. Well, now this is becomes support. This has become support number 2. Support 1, support 2. There's no resistance on top because the NQ has not made uh, any higher than what we have here. So there's no resistance on top. There's nothing up there. So the only way that this is going to work, either is going to find support here and continue higher, or this support is going to get rejected and it's going to come back either down here or at the 23 again, and then this line would just move up here, and that this line here will become support number 2, or this one should be support number 2, and this is support number 3. I'm not sure. I'm guessing the settings are wrong on the auto lines or so forth. But yes, but this is supposed to be support number 2, support number 3, support 1, 2, and 3. So this is how you look at the chart. Um, but the 23 is what I use. I've used it. Rob Hoffman mentioned it in one of his videos that I watched. So that's another guy, another investor that you guys might consider watching. Rob Hoffman. So a nice session. Yeah, you could take 5 minute trades. The 5 minutes. This is what you got in the 5 minute chart. So I guess it is tradable at nighttime. The 123 level. I did not have a 123 level. I don't think I did. I think I think those are just lines that we marked because I had a clean chart when we started. Um, we marked we started with a clean chart. I don't remember what levels were. I sometimes don't even look at the percentage level. What I look for, because sometimes like once you start putting a lot of this stuff, that gets cluttered. So that's all right. So this is your clean chart again. So your fibs, yes, you take the high and basically the low of the previous session, or you could do that too. Oh shoot. And you take this, and then you could take right there, and then you could go on a lower time frame, and that is your fibs. That is your fibs there. Um, so this will be your fibs for it would have been your today session. You see the high and the low. Oh, hold on. I kind of messed up because I took the high of the. It would have should have been this one, and then this one here. Because if you're trying to trade a future session, you would not know the pattern. So there you go. So this is what you look for. 100% is here on top, and then it retraced to the 168. The 168 and the 50% are your key levels. Now the 123, the 123, I think it was from uh, the 15-minute chart. I think that's how we ended up with all the lines that we had up here. Um, like I'm probably making y'all all confused now. All right, so I got a 15. All right, so this is a 15-day, 15-minute chart. Okay, the oh, okay. That's all right. So where I start from the top. Always start from the top. and then go to the bottom, like where you want to go. Like if you're bullish, okay, if you are bullish, you start from the top, go all the way to the bottom. So this is how it looks, and this is where how your fibs will look on a 15-day, 15-minute chart. This is your fib. Now, if you want to look you see the 618 right here, that touch right there, the 618, and this is on a 15-minute chart. Okay, I just drew this lines on a 15-minute chart, and then this is a 15-minute chart, and this is on the 29. 29 is the bottom, okay, and the top is the 23rd. Okay, so pretend that you're long bias. Okay, we're long bias, and we just we we just traded our fibs. So we just trading, and we're long bias. So these are your fibs that have to be broken before it makes another high. Like those fibs have to be broken. If you go down the chart, let's say, okay, you drew your lines. Okay, so this is what you see. This part here. So this is what you see on your chart, basically into here, from here to the top. Okay, you don't see nothing up here, back here on the right side, because you don't know what's going on. So if you're long bias, if you go down the days, you can see where the fibs touched. You got here, it broke this one, it went higher. Broke this one, went higher. It broke, came back, it went higher. It broke, went higher. It broke this one, came back a little, and then went higher. So this is 2 weeks, 2 weeks of charting. So now we're at the 100%. There's nothing up here, we can't. We can't. There's so the only other way, the only other fib is up here on this, and this is your targets. It has to break this one with volume, touch this one, come back as support, and then try to make another high. So this is basically the other targets for the NQ. Yes, all you have to do is to put the chart on a 15-minute chart, or 15-day chart. I'm sorry. You could use um, an hourly chart, or even a 4 hour chart. It's still gonna give you the same. Um, you could st you're still gonna get the same results. You're still gonna have a high. You're still gonna have a high, okay? Because this is higher than this, because you don't want to put it up here, because it's gonna be inaccurate. So you're gonna have a high, and then you're gonna go, if it went lower for that particular day, for example, over that particular time frame, but then you find the lowest. So this is your high point up here, and then this is your lowest. Highest is up here, and then your lowest is up here. You don't have any data like this here. It doesn't exist. Okay, this does not exist. Pretend that this all this stuff out here in the right side, all this stuff here, all this stuff in the shaded area does not exist. Okay, so this is basically your fibs here. If you're bullish, then all these levels have to break. to get back up to this high up here. So basically, your fibs will act um, as support or resistance. If you continue looking at the chart, so if you could look at the chart, this is a 4-hour chart now. It's 4 hours, 15 days. You can see that the fibs respected those fibs. See this? Even though there's a long tail here, try to sell off. Well, this is our low, and then it went higher. The 38. It went trying to get over to the 50. It got rejected. Came back. The 38 was support. The 38 now acted as support, and it pushed. It got over the 50, which this reacted as a resistance back here. It broke through that. And then now the 50 becomes support. Okay, so then it broke through the 61. It came down. You can see the little bottom here on this candle here. It tried to get rejected, but it didn't. It came back up, and then you got the 6-1-7-8 Fibonacci, and this is where it got stuck there for a few hours and stuff, and then it broke. This is today, I'm guessing. Yeah, it is today or last night. And this is the previous day. Um, and this is today's session. This is right here, and this here. It's at the 100 again, and I'm guessing if the NQ is strong enough, it will make a pattern like this or like this. You know what I'm saying? It would try to rebalance itself and then go back up. This long candles here are what's gonna cause the market to, since it's at the highs, it has to rebalance. So I think NQ is gonna end up coming down here in the future, and this line here at the 121 before it makes another high. But I could be wrong. It can make something like this tonight, and then tomorrow we wake up and it's another huge green candle for the session. The white line is the VWAP. The VWAP. This is the weekly VWAP. Um, we VWAP, and it's on settle. This is one that I just started using. I didn't use it. I didn't have a VWAP on my charts. I just started using it a few weeks ago because I was told that you could do month, week, and day. Had it on day, and the purple one is the day one, and this is how I had it. So I found it useless. You know what I'm saying? That's what I found useless. So I wasn't aware that you could have a weekly VWAP until recently. Um, so this is the VWAP weekly. So from previous patterns, the market will retrace back to this weekly VWAP from my understanding. Yes, I've used the 20. I used the 8, the 9. I used the. I sometimes put the 200 on there, and I use the 200 as support or resistance. Um, but so far the 23 and the 55 is what I've been using. That's again, that's from another investor, Rob Hoffman, uses the 23 and the 55. Um, I've I've tried them, and it seems to be working out. Of course, this is my trading. You know, um, everybody uses a different trading style. I'm just sharing what has been working for me. Um, you're welcome to try it and see how it works for you. It's not a magic gold mine. Um, for I'm not saying it's a magic gold mine and stuff. So it's just I'm just sharing what I've learned, for educational purposes, of course. Um, um, but then you could I we lost all the blue lines, but that's fine. Like I said, um, you could go. This is one of the yellow lines. Trace is 100%. Of course, it's over here somewhere. Um, but this is how I see it. I see it either coming back down here somewhere, and the auto resistance lines, and looks like they're fairly accurate. See, the green line's an auto, the red line's an auto, the green line's an auto. Red lights and out of there, and then you got your 50% flip here. Um, like today's session, this is the low, and that's the high. So from one, so then you would trace that to the low, and then this is where. So then you got a lot of these lines, and then this is where I go and put my price lines. I go and mark them where they hit, and then this is kind of daily. So I use that, and then 50%, and then you got all this other ones like this one here, the 716, and then you just keep going like down the stream. And you don't need all of them. You just need an idea, unless it like breaks out. Like if you think it's gonna go below this low, well then if it goes below this low, you're bearish. It's just things like kind of sink. If it goes below this line here, it's also bearish. And this is that's your high. And then you just again, you know, remove all this Fibonacci's. You don't need all this stuff on there. And there it goes. That's how you have your that's how you have your this is how your chart should look. So this is your basically your supports and resistance basically. Before I had auto trend lines that placed a red and a green for I found an indicator or whatever. Um, this is the way I did it. No, it takes a little time, but that's the way I've learned. This is the way I've traded for about a year now on my personal account. And you know, sometimes I do get frustrated, like these signs here. I get frustrated because like I feel like this line here on the back is more accurate than this here. So I just like cut this off. I wouldn't like I would just like take it off my chart and just turn it off. Then I just end up with this. So this is basically my trading station here. Like there's really nothing else. When it reaches this level, if I want to go short, I could go short if it's been rejected a few times, which it has, and you go short. And then once it gets here to this line here, the 228 or 225 or area, well then if it gets rejected, if I want to be long, I place a long going long and aim for this target here, the 74, or even up here if it breaks this one made over here. So you got this whole from this Fibonacci to this Fibonacci or price, you have a nice profit target there. And then I just put my top stop like over here, like I found a candle somewhere where price got rejected or something. Um, and then I just put my stop there, and then that'll be my stop, and I leave it there. Never move your stop. Always keep your stop. I mean, I understand some people we don't want to lose money or whatever, but if you start moving your stop from here to here to here to here, and it just keeps trading down, you're gonna be in the hole with a lot of money. But you know, I hope that answers your question on the white line and the 23 and 55 and Fibonacci retracement um, method or theories, because I call them theories because we don't know where the market's gonna go. Yeah, I'll leave it up on YouTube. You guys could watch it um, on there. That way you guys can watch it. I'll leave my boo boos also. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be on my YouTube channel. Um, the link is up in top. I'll post the link later. Um, so that's the link for the for the current video. The boo boo videos have a different link. Um, those you have to go on my channel. Um, once you get on that video, you can just click on the click on the video. There's other videos. There's like I have a few option videos on there that they're not. I think they're like 30 minutes. I think long. This is like the longest. Like it's 9 o'clock already. My dog is outside my door trying to get in. Yeah, she hasn't come in into the bedroom, so um, I think she might be. I don't know. Who knows? No, no, just yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. Again, it's gonna be on my channel. I might trade. Might not. I'm probably not. Look at this crappy session this tonight. I mean, it's just sucky. I mean, if I do, I'll probably put a long order here at the 228 and just leave it there. And if it gets triggered, it gets triggered. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't get triggered. You know. I will. Um, I will try to post it on the group. Sometimes I do post. I I did post on the group a lot, and then some of my trades were like, "Why are you entering there? There's nothing there," or like, "Oh, it's above VWAP or it's above VWAP. Why are you shorting?" Or so forth, so forth. You know what I'm saying? Um, like at nighttime, I could take 10 points, 4 contracts, 3 trades for the night, and I'm done. I'm not I'm not sitting there waiting for pivot one, pivot two, resistance one, resistance two. I'm not waiting for all that stuff. That's not the way. That's not my trading style. That's not a wrong way to trade. Whatever way works for you to make money, that is the way that you need to trade. I'm just sharing what how I do it and how I am able to be consistent. I don't have all this pivot stuff that a lot of people. Yes, it's useful. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not against it. I'm not, whatever works. It's the way you should trade. But you and only you will find what works for you. That is the key. The key is to finding what works for you. You could take like all these strategies that I've showed so far today is a combination of several investors. It's not just one. It's several investors all put together in one because that's what's worked for me, and this is what how I do it, and this is how I've been consistent. Now I am focusing now more longer on the long term swings because I only want to trade 1 or 2 days. Instead of before I was trading every night session, um, aiming for 10 points, 5 points, and everybody's like, how do you make money on doing that? How do you make money doing that? It's just, how did you do that? How do you do that? It's um 10 points at NQ, one contract is $200. You could get 10 points on an NQ at night. I mean, you could even go as low as like five. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention also. How do I know? How do I know how many points the market it's moving or it's about to move or it's moving? I'm also forgot to put that study. The famous ATR, average true range. The average true range. Oh, I don't. Hold on. So that is how I know how many points the NQ has moved on a particular time frame. So you make sure that whatever time frame you're trading on, you switch it. Okay, so that's a 15-minute chart. So I have it on a 15-minute chart. So at this time here, that it moved 24 points. 24, 24, 25, and then it got down here at the bottom at the 16, 17 areas points. So that is how I know um, how many points the NQ has moved on a particular candle. No, thank you for joining, but no, I used the 15 minute to find the trend. Um, the 15 minutes to find the trend. The the basically what I do, I use the 15 days. I go 15 days out, and this is I do this every every day. Okay, I do this every day because every day is different. So I start with my 15-day chart. 15. Well, you could use a 4-hour chart. Sometimes I use a 4-hour just to keep it more cleaner. And I start with my Fibonacci's. I start with from the start of the 15-day here, if it's at the top of here, and then I retrace it back to the low. And I do this every day. Um, whatever whatever day it is, like tomorrow, I'll have 15 days, and then basically some of this area here on the left side will not be in the chart. So then the highest is to here, and then it retraces back to the Fibonacci. Um, so that's basically how I do it. It's just basically I'm kind of following price action. Your Fibonacci levels are gonna change based on price. Um, but if it makes a new high, yes, you have to chase it. You have to chase the price, and then this is your low here. So you basically take your lowest and then your highest, and over here your highest and your lowest, because we had a high back here in the back, so that was the one that I used. Um, so now this is your high up here. So now it's on the front, but you still do it from from top to bottom to get your fibs. if you're bullish. Now, if you're bearish, then you go from the bottom to the top. So this is your 100%, and then your Fibonacci's will retrace back down, and then you have 100% here, and then you'll be 114, 123%, 150%, 100, so 4% down here at the bottom. Um, but that's how I start. Start with my 15 days. I always start with 15 days. Um, and then from there, I go. I say 5 days or so forth. But after I've done that, I kind of like swing closer. And this is today's session. This is the low, and this is the high. So then I trace my Fibonacci's from here to here. And then these blue lines are basically a combination between the 15-day Fibonacci and my daily Fibonacci. So this is kind of my price points because I don't have anything down here. See, there's nothing down here. So if it breaks here, this level here, it's gonna sink. It's gonna come back down here, and then if it breaks down here, it's gonna keep sinking. So you only need key points. So you only need you only need key points on the price action. So it's not so confusing. I try to make it I'm trying to explain it as clean and as clear as possible as I can. Um, this method that I use took me months to learn. It's not something that you learn in a day or in a week because you have to keep doing it. It makes a new high, you have to retrace it. It makes a new low, you have to retrace it. Now, if it makes a high, say for example, if it doesn't break this high, well, no, I just leave it like that, and then I still use these levels here as my key levels until we make a new low below my last line, which is this line here. Once we make a low below this line, well then these other lines are useless now until you retrace it again and do it all over again. Um, but the 15-minute chart is basically to find my trend. Like today, like right now, there's nothing there. There's nothing. But if you go the 5 minute, which this is the time frame I normally trade on the 5 minute chart. I mean, you have a range, from here to here, from the 223, 253 onto the 74. It's just a range. A zigzag, you know. Um, but at nighttime, this is becoming a little bit more. It's not becoming hard. It's just I'm looking at doing swing trades instead of day trades. I'm trying to focus on that. I still could day trade and night trade, night trade. Um, and take 3 trades and I'll be done. Like for example, this line here, I would have shorted below here, and then I would have taken profits like following this price back here on the back and be out. From here to here is one, and then you could have went long again from here to try to aim over here, which it did. It touched over here, but then you got all these other lines that I have, like Like here, this 23 for me, if it touches and you can't get past that, it's it's gonna fail. And it did. You see this? There's the right candle follow. It failed, and it failed again, and it failed again, and then it basically consolidated here 10 minutes, and then eventually it got back down here at the lows again, and it went back up again to the one at 74. Right? You could trade the range at nighttime, on the lower time frames. The 5 minute could give you a better perspective on what the ranges are. The 15 minute will tell you what the direction, a better direction on the trend is, and a lot faster because you have less cluttered on your chart. Let's see. I mean, you could have entered here after they broke the 23 and went long, or since it held resistance there from this line, well, you could have waited and placed your order to go long on top of this, and then waited to go higher, and it went higher. I mean, these lines are like basically I'm using them as support and resistance. Also, you got your time and sales on level two. I'm also constantly monitoring tonight. Look at that 55 there. That's a sell order. 55 there. Watch it drop. 55 still. 12 in play. 54. And it's 72.50. And then they just changed the buyers. So there's more buyers now. There's set of buyers still. 55, 54. So there's something that you have to look into it. So it looks like it's going to go higher. 41 right there. 41 countries went through right there. Yes, if it breaks that 74, which I'm assuming it will soon, but 74 countries, but 41 countries went through. Somebody bought 41 contracts. But also, you also have to look at the ES, because the ES, um, if I don't know if I showed you, I shared a picture on how the market works. Um, so this is the market. This is what the market looks like. Okay, and this is what sometimes you have to understand during the day session, because th- um, some people don't know that the why futures are moving higher or why futures are moving lower. Contracts are going by. This is right here on the right left hand side is the S&P 500. Okay, all these little dots right here on this square is S&P 500. All these little dots are the all the stocks that make the S&P 500. So during the day, if any of these big companies like Microsoft, you got Visa, you got Google twice here because Google has two divisions. You got Facebook, you got Amazon, you got Apple up here on top. All these major ones that you see, the big squares are your big players. Those are your big players for the market. And I follow most of these big players because if they're in the S&P, there are, you got Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's right there. And then you got your S&P 100, which is your smaller caps, S&P 100s. You got Amazon down here also, which is supposed to be the Russell, and the Dow down here. So that's your basically this is your Dow. This is your big players for your Dow. Microsoft, Apple, Visa, P&G, Coca-Cola, United Healthcare, Home Depot, and then you got BA. BA also down here. So this is your Dow. And this is your Nasdaq. This is what Nasdaq. Microsoft again, Apple, Google, Apple, Amazon, sorry, Facebook, Netflix. This is some of your big blocks are your big players for the day session. So this is what you pay attention during the day. If your big stocks are green, the futures are gonna be green. If your big stocks are in red, most likely the futures are gonna be dropping, and you should be going with with the trend. Um, and this is your S&P 500. This is how they basically break it down. But I shared sometimes. I think I shared yesterday these groups and stuff to show what correlates and why the markets are moving. Why isn't the ES breaking down? We see all these sellers going through the ES, but it's not breaking down. Well, it's not breaking down because the stocks are not breaking down. Your Amazon stock is not going down. Your Google, your Facebook, your Microsoft, your Apple, your Visa, those stocks people are buying. Investors are putting money in the stocks, so it's keeping the market during the day to make a lower. Once this like Amazon, I guarantee you, when Amazon starts dropping, when Google starts dropping, when Apple starts dropping, Google, Facebook, when all this stock stops dropping, the market will drop. It's just a matter, just not like a matter of time. It's just how the market is. Oh look, there it goes. We missed it. So that was the 40 some contracts that went through on that candle here. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that, but it pushed. But you saw it. It went through. It went through. It went through. Time and sales. So somebody sold 27. So it had to be that 40 some contract right there. 41 contracts right there. A buy. A buy what? On the on the time and sales. Yeah, somebody bought 47, 41, 47. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere up here. They must have not. They must have went away with it. Yeah, it's not showing me the 41 anymore. But there's a 20, 27 sale, something like that. I saw it. I saw it go through. I marked it on live. I had to go back and look at it again, but it was there. I even clicked on it. What is a buy? Um, what do you? I'm not sure what you're asking. What do you mean it's a buy? Like somebody like for me, like if I buy 5 contracts, I'm buying 5 contracts. So whenever um 5 contracts, like for example, I need five contracts. Five. It'll be 5 here, or if I sold 2 or 1, um, is 2 here or 1 here. Is that what you're asking? I think that's. I hope it is. I hope that's what is that. I'll make sure that you understand. I don't mean um like all these green like this all these are just one contracts here. One contracts. My yellows are my sales. Like one contract got sold, one contract got bought, and so forth. Like here, there's one contract. There's two contracts that got bought there. Um, oh, that was a buy. It was green. Uh, I have to like rewind. You have to rewatch the video like a few seconds back. Um, but it was a green 41 contracts went through, and they went through before this candle broke through. I don't. Yes, the 41 from early. Yes, it was a buy, because it takes time for the candles to print. Like the data. Okay, like the time it sells is up to date. Like it's 44. You see this? The seconds it's going through. That's live data. Your candles are gonna print a few seconds after the time and sales. It's just for some reason this candles here are formed after all this has gone through, a few seconds after it's gone through. So if you would have caught that 41 when the time and sales went through, you would have jumped. I would, I would have jumped in it. You know what I'm saying? I would have just jumped in it and got out, because he got out. You see, because he went 47, he went high, it that double top, and then somebody saw 27. So it had to be the same buyer that bought 41 contracts. So basically he cut more than half of his contracts out of there, taking profits. I mean, this is the 5 minute. I mean, you probably could have the on the 2 minute, even in the 1 minute, you probably could have catch that even perfectly. Yeah, it had to be right here. You see this candle, this long candle right here? It had to be on that time that does 41 contracts. That well, hold on. It could be if you catch it on the time and sales. Yes, it would have been a quick scalp. But like I said, the time and sales will give you a headache. Um, because you could filter it down here at the. Come on, where is it at? Cancel. What? No, I don't want to restart. Did Thinkorswim just froze? I think it just. Oh no, there it goes. You could filter it down here, like if you want greater than 2, greater than 3, 4, 5, or 10, or custom. You can customize this to whatever you want. So what I don't do it that way, because I got familiar with it like this here, like ones. But then you can follow this here and follow this here. Um, but you could follow the 41 contracts. When he sold 27, it went up, and then that's why you see this consolidation here on these red candles, because he sold 27. You could see it on the time and sales. Had 47, 41 contracts buy, and then somebody sold 27, and nobody else has bought 27. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody's buying 27. Everybody's buying one and twos, one and twos, one and twos. I mean, maybe there's a threes and fours in there, but somebody made this push now. See how this push is going back up again? Now trying to make a new high, or make a new high on the time itself. Yeah, I think it's making a new high. Oh no, we still gotta go higher. So it's breaking this again, this thing here. We were at a range down here earlier, okay? So now somebody bought all these contracts and made it break through this range, and now it's up here now. So now it's all about either it's gonna stay up there or go higher, or it's gonna get rejected. But if it does go higher, it's gonna go higher up here. So this is your next one. See, 300 up here somewhere. 314. But there's nothing there's nothing in between. Not that I marked anyways. It probably is something in between. No, there's nothing there. Nope, there's no. It's a freelance there. See, there's nothing in between. This is the high of the NQ. There's nothing between this line and this line. There's no support, or I'm sorry, there's no resistance. I mean, I guess you could use this right here as a resistance. This right here. I mean, this little dip here, you could use that as a resistance. Did that help a little? Kind of understand how the timing cells kind of work. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I was paying attention, I probably would have. I probably would have seen that and got in it, and it probably would have got out. That's what I would have done. That's what I would have done. You know what I'm saying? But that's yes. We always go back to test the highs. Um, I think, but I don't think we're gonna test them throughout the night. I think I think we test them in the morning. I'll be surprised. I'll be like very surprised if if people would trade the night session with no volume. There is no volume right now. I mean, there's hardly anything. So 47 contracts they go through at night. That's like 1,000 contracts in the day. So that's just the difference between the volume. So like 47 contracts in the day session, that's nothing. That's why I like trading the night session because I could make the market move with 4 contracts. I could place an order and you know if I could find a where to buy it and then go on the ES and see where. Yes, it is hard. Well, no, you get out. If you use, like, for example, I put a limit order and then I put a price target. Now if that price target doesn't get hit, I'll do a market exit order, and I'll just take the little bit of loss for that market order. You know what I'm saying? Like like right now, the slippage between the bid and the ask, it's what, 75 cents? Not even as, yeah, it's like 25 cents right now. $1, you know, $1 slippage or so forth. You know what I'm saying? But if, let's say for example, if I bought here and then I saw that those countries go up, I know it's gonna keep going higher at some point, because there's a guy that is holding 41 contracts in his hand that he bought. So he's going to try to push it back up. So what a lot of investors do, this is what they do. And this is, I've seen it done plenty of times. Let's say, for example, I have $1 million and I want to make this market move. And because it's like slacking down here at the bottom. Well, I buy, like this guy did, 47 contracts and then put a limit order for 21 contracts. So it's going to skyrocket, and hopefully when it gets up here, there's plenty of other buyers. Okay, so when I bought 41, I got 41 contracts from different sellers. Okay, so now those contracts are mine. So then when I sell my contracts, well, somebody's going to try to buy contracts because they want to they think, oh, well, thing is going to fly. Okay, so this thing that's going to fly. So this is what happened here. This is what happened right here in these candles here. These 47 contracts, and then you saw the 20 something contracts that were sold. Somebody bought those contracts in this year. And then if somebody, oh, this thing is gonna fly. Well, then some buyer stepped in and pushed it a little bit higher. So then that buyer is still holding, what's that, 14 contracts? So that buyer is still holding 14 contracts. Now, where he exits, it's hard to find out because now it's all ones again or all twos. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for somebody to see where that buyer exited. I mean, he could have exited already here at this candle here. I didn't wasn't paying attention to the time it sells a few minutes ago, and he would have been out already. So he bought down here at the bottom. He pushed it high. I'm sorry, down here at the bottom, pushed it high, sold some of them, half, and then investors, like new investors or so forth, they say, oh, this thing is gonna fly, so they bought contracts fly, and now this is where it's lagging. So I'm pretty sure that investor probably sold a little bit more here, and now they try to push it another third time to go back up. So that's what I would do when you buy us you buy contracts, you're a buyer, but then you sell half of them, but then you become a seller. So then somebody have to buy those contracts. So now if somebody buys those contracts, well then the price is gonna keep going up because somebody's trying to follow the trend. And if you saw this, you know, and you saw the time in sales, you know exactly why this happened. If 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 I could make it, if I made it a little clear on that. But I did say that you have 41 countries when somebody bought 41 and the thing's gonna pop and it literally popped a few seconds later. Now at nighttime it's a little bit easier to kind of see this. During the day you had to take consideration on how the whole market is moving, not just the futures. So that is something that you also have to consider looking because if your major players are not moving, the market's gonna stall. If let's say buyers like today, Amazon was like rocketing, but futures were just like ES were just like flat, like literally just between the 300, 31, 31.10, 31.15, somewhere around there. Um, and people were wondering like, why the heck it's not dropping? Well, because people were buying Apple, people were buying Amazon, and people were buying Microsoft. People were trading the SPY. You have to look at the SPY also when you're trading the ES. You have to look at the SPX also when you're trading the ES. I mean, it takes it's a lot more, just a lot of variables that you have to look at than just the futures themselves during the day, anyways. During the night, my advice during the night, you follow all three, including the Russell, if you could have enough Russell. Yeah, you see, Facebook and Roku was up 10%. I used to trade Roku on personally stocks and stuff. It's a very volatile stock, Roku and stuff, and it's an easy way to get you in the kind of the stock world. Um, but stocks don't tend to follow patterns. Like legit, they don't follow patterns. They don't follow Fibonacci's. I mean, you could try everything you could think of, and stocks will not follow them. They'll break them. They'll break one rule, break another rule. When you're like, oh wow, what in the world? You know what I'm saying? Um, Now, if you're a long-term investor, like if you want to own stocks, yeah, you wait for those prices that retrace back. Um, Buy the dip, hold forever, just like Warren Buffett. All right, well, I gotta go too. I gotta go find some food. All right, if you guys have any questions, just leave them on the chat room. Um, I will get to, I will get, I will get to them. Well, yeah. Well, damn, I didn't even know it was like 10 o'clock already. I know she done came in one. Actually, came in twice. Um, but I am getting out of here. Y'all have a good night. Again, 15-minute chart, Fibonacci's. You know, work on your daily. Um, take away all your Tigli lines and just put a price line and use those price lines as targets and support and resistance and so forth and stuff. Keep your charts clean from clutter. Um, the less clutter that you have on your charts, the easier that you will understand price action. Once you start adding all those, no, I didn't say no other indicators. I do have indicators. If you look at my screen, they're all on the right. I do have some in here on the chart itself. Um, but that's the way I do it. Bollinger Bands and you know, 100 of different moving averages and stuff is just too much. It's too much clutter. Now, if that works for you, that's fine. I'm all for it, all in dandy. If all that stuff is working for you, you know what I'm saying. But personally, Clean Chart would tell you um, how to see price. You know, yeah, it's okay. Um, I just had to like buy dinner tomorrow or something around those lines. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'll figure something out. All right. Well, y'all have good night. I am closing this out. It will be on my YouTube channel. The link is above on the chat somewhere. Yeah, it's on the top. Um, and I will talk to you guys later in the chat if you guys have time. I'll be up for a little, or a couple more hours. The night session don't seem to have anything tonight, so hopefully I'll try to set up my alarm by 8 o'clock, maybe nine, 9 in the morning. Hopefully, I'm not a morning person, so we'll see. All right, y'all have a good night.